Sorry about that, everyone. We cut out again. This time I was able to get it back up and running faster, but that time I couldn't really tell what the issue was. It didn't seem to be an overheating one. So maybe it was a connection error, but it didn't tell me if it was. I don't know. Oh, looks like we're back. Let's see if I can shut down the other stream. Let's see, this is the one we want to shut down then. That's stream 2, so we're going to shut this stream down. That's what I find so weird, is it doesn't shut the stream down. But there's no way for me to, at least not that I know of, no way for me to get back into it. The weird thing is, like, when this happened last time, it did let me jump back in without a problem. But let's just end that other one. There we go. Okay. That one's running. We're running now. We're good. Now that we have open sky, I'm going to switch it over to the 10-second exposures. See if we can catch anything else with the longer time. Oh good, looks like we got some people back in the chat here. Blue and hey Mike. Yeah, it's looking, we actually just had a pretty sizable cloud layer fly overhead. But we're doing better now. Hopefully it'll stay this way until the moon comes up. Yeah, there we go. There's a 10-second. Let me decide if I want to keep it like that. Mike, we did see a very bright Perseid show up around 10:45. It's a really nice bright one that looked like, based on the image, I didn't see it with my eye, but it looked like it broke apart a bit because it was very uniform shape. But it was definitely a meteor because you could see the tail, and then it flared up, and then it quickly dissipated. Seem to be having more luck tonight. Oh, there's a plane. Yeah, it seems like we're seeing more tonight, so it's definitely we're gonna post the image because I took a screenshot. I went back in the view So we'll post the image on Facebook. And also, I'm going to check in with the 360 camera that's taking interval shots out there. I'm going to check to see if it showed up. I think it probably did, because the 360 camera is further out, and it was in the northwestern sky. So my guess is it did show up in that 360 image, and we'll test it in the time lapse, and we'll post that on YouTube and Facebook. Okay, while we have some clearer skies here, there's a little puff of a cloud coming through. Hopefully that's not indicative of more. I'm gonna step away from my computer and take some shots with my camera, see if I can pick up any smaller ones, maybe a brighter one too. So I'll be back though, maybe in the next 10 minutes. Let me know in the chat if anyone sees any bright ones, and if you can, mark the timestamp. Just like when you see, you just look at your own clock and just post your timestamp there so I can go back and find them. That would be very helpful. We'll do some community observing, and we'll look compare it to the shots we get through the cameras that are out here. All right, so I'll be back. Oh, looks like we got some. There's a plane flying there right now. Let me see. Go back to the stream here. Looks like we got some meteors. I think the thing we're seeing right now, at least assuming I'm looking at the same thing you are. I'm pretty sure that's a plane because I did hear one fly overhead. It's not very blinky though. But one way we can, in this setup we have here, one way we can determine what's what is if it lasts longer than a frame, because this is a 10-second exposure. So if it lasts longer than 1 or 2 frames, then it is not going to be one of the meteors. In that case, that was probably a plane, but I can't say for sure. I did hear one flying over, so that's my suspicion. If it looks like just a pretty regular streak across the sky and you see it through multiple frames of this video footage, then that's another, that's a satellite. We're looking for these bright flashes, something that has a tail, a thin tail that slowly brightens up and then it flares and then it dims down really quick. That's what we're on the lookout for at the moment. We did see one earlier. Blue in the chat there found one, and it sounds like there might have been others too. I'm just gonna mark them down. I didn't get anything in my, because we still have these clouds lingering in the north, exactly where we don't want them to be. Sure, no problem. But yeah, I'm hoping. Let's hope those. It looks like they're short-lived. Doesn't look like there's much behind them. So once they move along, then hopefully we'll be back on track. It looks like we have a few more viewers than before, and if anyone is brand new to the Kopernik channel, or returning from previous streams and you have not subscribed, I welcome you to do so. We are going to consistently have these virtual streams, probably for the foreseeable future, not just because, everything's getting virtualized, but it's another way for us to reach out beyond our local community, and have many people participate in our observing up at Kopernik. So we are looking at getting a more permanent all-sky camera, and an all-sky camera is exactly what you're looking at right now. It's showing you the entire 180-degree field of the sky, and our domes as well. This is just one example of what we've been doing. We've also been touring some objects like planets. We saw the transit of Io across Jupiter last week, or I guess the week before, right? Yeah. And we got to see the red spot as well. It was some really neat viewing. And some really, really good detail on the planet. And we processed the image too and posted it on our Facebook page. Well, across all our social media, I think. So you could see some good detail on the surface as well as the shadow of the moon, Jupiter's moon Io. So we're going to continue doing stuff like that. Hopefully start doing some deep sky objects next. That's not going to be as live of an update, but we are going to show you the imaging process and what we do. And I'm really hoping I can get a camera system set up where you can see me in more detail in the observatory buildings, because I think that would help provide a lot of context to what exactly we're doing with the scope and beyond. But we'll have to figure out the best course for that. But we have a lot in the works. We're happy we got this Perseid stream going, because this is one of the things we really wanted to figure out. And it turns out we had all the equipment we needed here without a problem. We were able to use one of the wide-angle lenses for the ZWO camera that we've been using in our planetary streams. In fact, this is the monochrome version of it, and that's just because it's more sensitive to light, especially when we're looking at all sky like this. So we're happy we got this going, and we didn't we could just work with the resources we had here. I have a 360-degree camera also out in the field there, and that 360 camera is imaging something very similar to what we're seeing on our field of view. It's technically double, but really the ground isn't super important, so I'm really only interested in capturing the 180 degrees with that camera. But it'll be a higher resolution version of what we're seeing here, and because of that, if someone sees a meteor, because I can't see the time you post something, unfortunately. I don't think I can, at least. Put user, no, I can't see the time at which you post something. So if you can put the time you saw a meteor in the chat, that'll help inform me to go back on the 360 camera and figure out exactly where those moments are, so I can inform people where to look for them when we post that video on YouTube. So we can do some community observing here, and hopefully get a few good meteors that we can share with everyone else that isn't staying up late to view the shower. Let's see. Got some more comments here. This is one a few minutes ago. From the expected radiant point. Okay. Then I will mark that. We'll say 11:23, maybe? 11:23. Thank you, Melissa. And so let me jump back into the stream. And we have it's a good place to start, though, Michelle. Oh, 11:05. Okay. I'll readjust that. 11:05. There we go. Maybe I'll put in the chat too, just so anyone else that comes along, they have instructions on what to look out for. But yeah, Michelle, yeah, that's a good place to start. 90 millimeters is not bad at all I assume that's a refractor scope. So that's pretty good. You can get some good views of Jupiter and Saturn, planets, some good deep sky objects too, some of the brighter ones. It's good to if that is in fact your first telescope, it's good to sort of, I guess, dip your toe in the water, so to speak, and determine if you want to keep investing in the hobby and go from there, because that's how I began. I actually started with a 70 millimeter refractor, and I was able to do quite a bit with that, even some minor astrophotography with my cell phone. And then eventually, if you really keep digging deep into the hobby, you'll you'll you definitely do have to invest in it, but I think it's worth it in the end. I do want to eventually post some videos about some like telescope basics, observing basics, things like that. Um, we have we have a lot to cover, I guess, with our observing streams. Oh, is that something? What's that? Nope. Plane or satellite, I'm not sure, but where is that in the sky? It's just about to cross the Milky Way. Is it going through? Oh, it's moving. Is it moving the other direction? Where's it going? I don't know. Ooh. Ugh, bug flew right into my mouth. Oh, jeez. I don't know what that was. Spooked me though. You probably couldn't quite see my reaction. Maybe you could have. I don't know. I forget what setting I was on. So maybe my face showed up. It's fun. Gross. Oh no, not aliens. uh, yeah, I'd like cell phone astrophotography is pretty robust nowadays. Like I can sit here and I can hold my phone up. Let's see. There we go. I can hold my phone up to Jupiter and Saturn. They show up really nicely. No problem there. Focusing is the thing you really have to play with, because usually the base, at least on iPhone, the base camera app does not have manual focus, and I wish it would, because otherwise it becomes very difficult to actually try and focus on what you want. There we go. Then it decides, like, you get it focused, and then it decides, no, I don't want that. I don't want it to be focused like that. But if now, okay, now I think I'm focused, so I can bump it up to, in night mode, I can bump it up to a 10-second exposure time right at the Milky Way, and I should be able to see something. Works better on a tripod, because then you can bump it up to a 30-second shutter speed. Yeah, the Milky Way is just about showing up. You can see Sagittarius, Jupiter, Saturn. It's pretty nice. So, and I know the processing on, especially the Google Pixels, I think they're called. I don't have one myself, but I know their processing is better for astrophotography. So if you have a Google Pixel, you're even better off, just for taking wide angle shots of the sky. But just about any smartphone camera nowadays can do telescope work, like the moon, maybe even Jupiter or Saturn, some of the brighter stuff. I even got, with that night mode, I was able to capture a really nice image of the Orion Nebula back in the winter. So there's loads of opportunities. It's just starting off with what you have and then upgrading from there. The trickiest part is mounting it to your scope, and there's some good mounts out there that you can buy. They're not too expensive, like $40 or something. But they do make actual mounts to hook them up to your telescope, hook your smartphone up. But yeah, I'm definitely your other part of your message there. I'm definitely a night owl as well, so I definitely mesh with this hobby. It does make sense to when you're a night owl to look up at the night sky, take some time outside, and spend some time with wildlife. I did hear an owl earlier, yesterday too. Now it's mostly frogs and crickets and bats. I'm mostly just seeing the bats. I'm not really hearing them, but they're out there. Oh, I saw one. Did that show up? I don't know. It was right in the center of the sky. I saw a very dim one. That was with my eye, not in the camera, so I'm not sure if it showed up on your end. It's a very dim one. And I will say also, if anyone is new to the stream, because I think we do filter through viewers throughout the night. I see the number bumping up and down every so often. So if you are new to the stream here, welcome. We are Kopernik Observatory, streaming to you from Vestal, New York. You can actually see our domes in the image. The 14 inch is on right in the north, and then the 20-inch scope is to the right of that. And then behind, you're just seeing the tip of the 6-inch dome. We are viewing the Perseid meteors tonight. We've seen a couple, and we're doing our best to sort of monitor the stream all together and then posting our findings in the chat. So if anyone that's new, you want to post put a timestamp of your current clock time, not so much the video time, because that's harder to gauge right now. And then put sort of a description of where you saw it in the sky, northwest, northeast, something like that, just so I can have, and I'll record those notes, that way I can return to this footage later and the other footage in my other camera and see if we can spot it. And also tonight, if anyone is enjoying this stream and is in the position to donate to us through our donation link in the description, or you can go to our website. We also have a donation link there. We would really appreciate it. It helps us continue to invest in time and resources into these streams, and also build up our streaming capabilities, which we're very eager to do. But we have someone commenting that Teleview makes a phone holder to eyepiece adapter that works well. So yeah, you can look up that company and see if you can find that smartphone holder. Are we getting moon glow yet? I don't think so. We're looking for moon glow in the eastern sky. Doesn't look like anything yet. Maybe it might be a tad bit brighter than the southern sky. Let's see if the moon is above the horizon. I think it was 11:30, if I'm not mistaken, when we were supposed to see it. Yeah, it is just above the horizon now. Just above. So we'll start seeing some. I mean, it is only its third quarter, just a little past. So it's not going to be super, super bright, but bright enough to bother us as soon as it gets a little bit further above. Then tomorrow night, it'll rise at about midnight. And that'll just continue on. My guess is we won't really have a great chance midweek to see Perseids. We have a lot of thunderstorms and cloudy systems coming midweek. But I'm hoping, many of us are hoping that we do get a clearing later in the week, and maybe in the weekend, because that will be, honestly, it'll probably be even better for us, because we'll have no moon. It'll be closer to new moon, and it'll be way easier to see any of the dim ones in the sky. And if that is the case, then I would be pushing this stream well into the morning hours. But as soon as the moon rises, it starts to make less sense to keep it going. But that's the plan. We'll see if tomorrow is gonna hold up. When I checked weather underground looks good, but our clear sky chart does not. So I'm not really sure which one to rely on. So we'll wait until tomorrow and see if it's worth doing another stream. I'll talk with some of the other staff and see what they think. Oh, that is you, Keith. I was wondering. I saw your name and I'm like, that seems like it could be Keith. Yeah, Michelle, the radiant point. Let's see. Is Cassiopeia showing up in the image? Yeah, it's just above the tower there. That tall tower in the center of the view. So that would be the northeastern sky. And that's roughly where you'll want to look, is towards Cassiopeia. I mean, it's really like the radiant point is in the constellation Perseus, which is just below Cassiopeia. So it's still coming out of that haze. That's where the radiant point is, but honestly, looking straight up into that very clear part of the sky is probably your best bet as far as spotting stuff. We did see a couple. We did see one. The one that we talked about that was bright. We saw it on the horizon, right in the northwestern sky. So that was a really nice one that sort of rode the horizon. And we might get ones like that, but we just have a really nice clear patch right above, as per usual, because we're looking through less of the atmosphere when we look straight up. So that's our best bet, especially as the moon starts. We have the light pollution in the north, in the northwest, and we have the moon coming up in the northeast and eastern sky. So, sort of a toss up here soon when things start. And then really our only window will be straight above, if anything at all. I'm glad it's been clear though for a while now. I got a little worried earlier. It was just clouds, clouds, clouds. Then finally it cleared up. Yeah, no worries, Michelle. Yeah, I mean, we all, I like, I'm teaching myself a few things as we speak, and learning a lot because I had to figure out how to set up this whole, this camera stuff, and it's all a learning process, astronomy. So no worries at all. Happy to help. And it's very community driven too. Amateur astronomy is so. That's one of the things I like most about it. And Keith says, "Is there a special 360-degree lens?" Yeah, this is the what is it called? There's a name for it. It's the lens that comes with the Zwo cameras. Why can't I think of the name? I took it from the one-shot color because I didn't see one for the monochrome one. So I just switched the pieces out. But it's a name for it. I think it's a similar lens to what goes on security cameras. But either way, the funny thing is, and maybe you know something about this, Keith, because I'm very confused. The lens on the one-shot color only showed about a 150-degree field of view, but with the monochrome one, we're getting a full 180, and I'm not sure what makes up the difference there. Besides, I guess I didn't look closely enough at the sensors. I don't know if it could be sensor size or what. The casings look the same, so it doesn't look like it'd be a matter of focal distance, but I don't know. Either way, I'm glad this view ended up being 180. I do have my 360 camera out there too that I showed you, Keith. And that one's taking a higher, I guess it would be a higher resolution view of what we're getting here. So I'm hoping as people see meteors in the stream, they can post it in the comments section, and then I can look for it in the 360 view. I do want to actually put those instructions in the stream chat in case anyone new comes along. Oh yeah, there's moon glow. I'm seeing it now. that might have been one near the dipper tail. I'm gonna record that one. It's very hard to say. It looks like it might have been in between exposure frames, but I'm gonna record it all the same. I'll put it down as a possible, and I'll look more into it. At 11:50. Yeah, it's weird. It seems like the lens, yeah, it came with the one-shot color, but it seems like it was much narrower. I can't say that. Narrower field of view, and maybe I was just imagining things. I don't know. No, I don't think I was, because it was when I had it on the one-shot color, it filled up this entire, you see the dark vignette um, around the 180 degree field of view. That was all filled in on the one-shot color. So that's what made me think, okay, this is probably like a 150 degree field of view, because I definitely only saw parts of the dome. I didn't see the horizon and the tree line. But then I switched it over to this, and it worked as a 180. So it's very interesting. I don't know. No idea what that is about, but I'm just happy it seems to be working. Well, there's a little wispy cloud, one solitary cloud coming through. Milky Way is looking pretty nice, which I'm really happy to see. I really like how it's just above the tower there, almost perfectly aligned. Oh, is there a feedback? Some echoing? Let me see if I can rectify that. Thanks for letting me know, Mike. Yeah. So if there was a feedback going through, um, I think I fixed it. It seems to be like it might have been because I was playing this live stream in the background. I don't really see the point in doing that anyways. I just need to see the chat. So in the chat will update while I'm paused on it. So it should be okay now. Less taxing on my on the internet connection and my device if I pause it anyhow. Okay. I kind of do want to capture some more Milky Way shots before the moon comes up. So I might step away from the computer again. But again, if anyone sees any meteors, just report it in the chat. I will copy that message I posted, put it as a new comment. Yeah, Keith, I'm really happy with the Milky Way showing up as it is. Oh yeah, the summer triangle's there too. Yep. Really good view. The other thing about the one-shot color was that it was, are they called dead pixels? I can't remember. The colored pixels at the higher gain and exposure settings. Um, there were a lot of those, and they were very distracting to the rest of the image. So I think there was a major advantage going with the mono. Also, it's just more sensitive too. The Milky Way looks way better in this than it did in the one-shot color. Okay, I'm gonna step away and get some Milky Way shots with my camera here. If anyone has any questions or sees a meteor, definitely report it in the chat log, and I'll be back. Probably, again, like maybe 10 minutes at most. Yeah, I never did, Mike. I never did see or determine what those were. All I can think of is that maybe it had something to do with switching between windows, because I noticed on Streamlabs there would be some interesting effects from like if I switched to the Zwo software and then back to Streamlabs and then to the browser to look at chat and so on, that seemed to have some curious effects, and that's my best guess as to where those were coming from. It seemed strictly related to the camera, the Zwo software, is where those flashes showed up. So I don't. It could just be a bug in that particular program that it just doesn't like you switching between things too fast. Okay, I will be back. 12:01. Okay. Go through and mark these down. And we need one more. One followed the Milky Way. 12:04. Alright, thanks guys. Looking into that. Let me copy this again. Oops. Ah, what's it doing? Why did it copy all of that? I don't want all of that. Just want from here to here. There we go. Trace flashes looked as if his eye remote was pointing this. Oh, yeah, I wonder if that... Mike, I wonder if that's where it came from. I know we also have the, I don't know if it's really in the camera's field of view or not. It doesn't seem like we've been having them tonight. From what, I don't know if you've seen any. I haven't, as of yet, seen the flashes. But we have the security cameras with their IR lights out there as well. I know my 360 camera picks up on that IR light as well, although it never looked as bright as the flashing there. But I mean, it could just be, obviously just different sensors, different sensitivity to that range. Yeah, I wonder. We got some clouds coming through. Jeez, look at that moon. I think at this point it's worth it to go back down to a 5-second exposure. Just let's see what that looks like. It's gonna be dark for a moment. Yeah, that's better. 10-second is being blown out too much in the eastern sky as the moon comes up. So we'll switch back to 5-second updates and looks much better. We still have a chance to catch some bright ones. Dim ones are probably all but lost except for at the very top of the sky. I'm glad we caught one though. Caught one really good bright one, and I'll check the other people posted some other ones, so I'll check on those too. All right, all right, all right. Let's see. How's it looking? I mean, the Milky Way's still nice. At this point last night, we were clouded over. So we made progress. We have just one cloud now. I think that was one. Just above the left dome. Well, maybe not just above. Middle of the image above the left dome. That looked like one. 12:15. Didn't really have a radiant point of Perseus, but I think there was just one down here. Just as I said that, I think there was one flying out of Perseus. That's funny. Very dim one, but there's a cloud covering Cassiopeia, and Perseus is just below that, right near the tower, I believe. And that is the radiant point of this meteor shower, right along the Milky Way. The tower, again, that's where Perseus is, so the meteors will... Whoa! Whoa! That's a Perseid. Whoa, awesome. Look at that. That was a good one. That was at 12:16. That was an absolute Perseid right above the 14-inch dome. 12:16. Now they're showing up. It's really bright Perseid. It lingered for 2 exposures too. You could see the tail end of it as well. Nice. That was a good one. Ah, yes, the rule of 2s and 3s. Yeah, I think we because I think I saw three there. Um, and then we ended with the third super bright one. Wow, that was great. Yeah. Oh, I think that's really the advantage of the all sky camera is we can see everything. Uh, yeah. Wow. So we're not gonna like miss any of those bright ones. They'll show up. Man, that was great. Very good. Man, that was great. Oh, sorry. I forgot to turn my volume off. If that came through. Some feedback. I don't want to get the feedback because I'm trying to find the frame so I can at least get a picture. There it is. I'll go back through this with the other camera. That'll definitely show up on the 360. Looked like it had multiple, yeah, multiple. Let's see. I want to get the camera. Oh, I'll just take a snapshot of this page. That works. Yeah, it flared up a few times. I'm surprised I didn't see that one light up the ground or any shadows or anything. Maybe I'm paying too much attention to my screen. I couldn't see anyways. It was behind me. Great shot. Very cool. All right. Let's keep it up. Making some progress now, even with the moon. The light pollution in the northern sky has died down a little. That's positive. Oh, good, Keith. I'm glad that worked out. Moon isn't bothering us too much yet. I think we can see it just above the tree in the eastern sky. But it's not awful. Oh, interesting. Keith, that's good to know. So as the as the eastern sky starts to flood with moonlight, the northern and northwestern sky improves, which that's not the worst thing. I was worried uh, it'd be ruined on both fronts, but I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go switch off my other camera here because I realized the screen's still on for some reason. I thought I turned it off. Yes, yeah, blue. Those are the best. Um, the fragmented ones, so cool. All right, let me go turn off my camera quick. My other camera. Actually, I changed my mind. I decided to set it up for some interval shooting. Leave it on and just let it run. I pointed it just above the 14-inch dome, just because that whole region of the sky seems to be our lucky spot tonight. So we'll see what we get. My laptop is keeping me warm here because it has cooled down a bit. Didn't learn from yesterday. wonder what it looks like at a 1 second exposure. Yeah, significantly worse. I mean, it would show up more as a video, but about 2. I guess that's Mars over there, isn't it? I think that is Mars. Moon's not quite above the trees yet. You can see the moon just peeking through the trees there. Depending on how things look when the moon finally comes up, we'll decide if it is worth continuing tonight or not. Something howling out there. Coyote. It looks like we're also winding down on the amount of people viewing the stream. So I think everyone else is suspecting, yep, the moon is on its way, so we'll see what it looks like though. I'll keep it going until I feel like as soon as you end the stream, that's when one pops up. Look at that glare coming off from the moon. That's so interesting. Huh. It's almost above the tree. Come on, one more meteor. One more good one. Hey, Mike. Yeah, I'm. We're gonna watch out for tomorrow. Because our clear sky chart is saying that it's iffy. We're not quite sure if but then Weather Underground is saying it's gonna be low percentage of clouds. So I'm not really sure what to expect. We'll have to see. But I think we'll wait until tomorrow to announce anything. And go from there. Because I thought tomorrow was going to be the better day, and I'm hoping it still will be, especially because we have longer away from the moon. Let me see if anything updated. Since the start of the stream, when I checked earlier. Oh, see, now Monday's saying way better. Oh, substantially better on the clear sky chart. Seeing is not as great, but transparency is good. And it doesn't look like any clouds. So, yeah, I'll see what Drew says, but I think we'll maybe try for tomorrow, because, I mean, it might be our last real opportunity, because Tuesday isn't looking good, Wednesday, Thursday, and so on. At least I don't think Tuesday's looking good. What's it saying now? Now even Tuesday is maybe looking okay. So yeah, we'll update you, but hopefully, yeah, we can get another one going. Oh, did I miss one? Oh no, just a moment ago. Let's see. Yeah, I'll definitely again. Yeah, I'll see what Drew says. But I'm hoping we'll be able to go through with another one, because I'm happy to do it. I'm having fun. Let's see. Headed north from the Milky Way. We have a 1244. Okay, I will look into that one. Oh, and your other question here, Blue. Any animal encounter stories? You know, I don't have a lot of good ones. The only one I have... Yeah, the only one I can think of off the top of my head is with some deer. And this was when I was fairly young, in my observing years. I was probably, it's like maybe 10 years ago. Maybe even a little before that. Probably was 13 or 14. And I was observing with the scope I mentioned earlier. It was just my refractor, a 70 millimeter refractor telescope. Just looking, who knows, at planets or the moon. And I was right in my driveway, and we're in a suburban area, so but deer pass through our area all the time. And this one just happened to be with her two fawns. And no one else was out there with me. Parents were sleeping probably. And we just sort of the doe and I just sort of stared at each other for a few minutes. Maybe not a few minutes, like a minute. It felt like a few minutes. And eventually one of us just had to make the move. But she was definitely not sure about me. And she was doing her, little warnings. In retrospect, I know nothing was really, I was in danger. Like, she was just standing her ground. But then eventually I just ran inside. The door wasn't too far away, and I knew she bolted too, and her fawns bolted. But in that process, I broke my glasses. So that was probably my one good animal encounter, and it was just with deer. Nothing else. Surprisingly, and as soon as I say this, I know something's gonna come my way tonight. But they're really, wildlife just seems to know to stay away from Kopernik for whatever. I mean, I guess it's just been active enough up here that they've kept away. I haven't really experienced too much beyond the sounds, and the coyotes are far away. The owls can come a little bit close, but I mean, I don't care about them. They're going to be fine. Yeah, there really isn't. I don't have many stories at Kopernik itself, and I've certainly been out here alone observing enough. But we do have bears. I think we've had bear sightings, but usually during the daytime, it would seem. Oh my, yeah. My thinking now, seeing the clear sky chart, is I should do another stream tomorrow, based on the seeing and the cloud cover. So I'm personally gonna plan on it. I just have to get the go ahead, and we'll see if we can make that work. I mean, the later it goes on, the better. I think that makes sense to go tomorrow as well. I don't know if anyone else has any animal encounter stories they want to share in the chat. It's interesting watching the moon right now just rise above the tree line. Let me post that in case anyone new is joining. I'm gonna post that comment again. I got very close one time, like, here, I think was it here? Yeah, it was here. Right on the hill, past the field. Just past the field, or was it in the field? Either way, it was, the field just before Kopernik. Very close to hitting one. But it just sort of, it bolted out, and then it just narrowly dodged my car, and sort of ran next to me for a bit, and then back into the woods it went. So, oh, that was scary. But I haven't hit one yet. Regrettably, I hit something on 26. I'm not sure what it was, but it was something smaller. But I mean, yeah, somehow I've been able to dodge the deer on, not even dodge them. I've just gotten lucky. I not enough they usually, when I've come across them, they've stayed off to the side, and I'm always very nervous. But they seem to be okay in that moment. So I've just lucked out to this point. Oh my gosh, that moon. Orbit faster. Well, maybe not faster. Orbit faster for a set period amount of time. If you just keep orbiting, then that would be very distracting. Imagine it swinging around the Earth rapidly. Think stellarium. It's one of whenever our students, whether it be scouts or people up here for a field trip or what have you, one of the first things they do is travel through time faster and really get the sky moving. Yeah. Yeah, the frogs were quiet for a while up here. But now they're back. I don't know, that actually might have been because they did something with the pond recently. I think that actually, yeah, I think the bridge is out there now, across the pond. But I think they had to drain it or something. Looked like it was low. But then I think they made their way back to it. I think I want to see one more good one, and then I'm going to call it a night up here. But who knows how long that'll take. Oh wow, maybe I should be more scared of the owls then. Oh my gosh, swooped at you, jeez. All right, then I'm not going to call to any of these owls out here. Oh. Yeah, and that's true too. I no problem, Keith. Have a good night. Jeez, yeah, that is kind of scary. Have an owl swoop at you, like those talons. Ooh. The glare from the moon isn't too bad. Let me see what it looks like again at 5 seconds. See how much moon glow we get. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. Bring it back to 2. Thanks for tuning in, Mike. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Yes, a fireball would be great. I'm happy we caught more than we did yesterday. I think that's, of course, in part because of the cloud cover yesterday, but... doing all right. I'm just realizing I don't see the light from my other camera out there anymore. Wonder if it's still going or not. I think we do, because we had a few people leave, and now I see the viewer count is a little bit higher than it was. If we do have any newcomers here, welcome. My name's Jeremy. I am a educator here at Kopernik Observatory. Local. We're local to the Vestal, New York, Binghamton area, and we are observing Perseids tonight. And I'm just sort of chilling here, answering questions, and hopefully, you can just tune in. We've seen a couple of meteors tonight, a couple of good ones, and several dim ones as well. And the constellation Perseus, where they're radiating from, is just behind that large tower there, below Cassiopeia in the sky. and that's where they're coming from. Now, of course, you don't need to be looking directly at Perseus. You can look around the sky. Actually, anywhere there's a clear, dark spot, really, you have the chance to see some of the Perseids. And we are going to continue doing streams like this. Oh, there was one. Very brief one. Just in the western sky, northwestern sky, to the left of the leftmost dome. Very quick one. That's at 1:02 a.m. If you are interested, you can look out for the meteors, and in the chat, put the time you saw it, and roughly how bright it was, dim, bright, super bright, fireball, and then where it was in the sky. We have our northern cardinal point to help you determine that. You can also use any of our landmarks to identify that, and then we will look for that image. We actually have this camera and the a 360-degree camera taking long exposure shots, and we will match those up as best we can, and hopefully post the result on social media. And of course, you are welcome to subscribe to our channel. We are, like I said, we post a lot of live streams as of late. That's our main content, but we also have a lot of other activities for our students that we're helping out virtually. We have summer camps that we're offering, things like that. And we are actually going to talk to astronauts that are aboard the ISS this August, this month, and we'll be streaming that live as well. The students are going to virtually, the power of Zoom probably, talk to the astronauts, and we'll get live responses from them because we have a ham radio station here. So that just gives you an idea of the content we offer if there's anyone new watching at the moment. I think we've had a pretty decent night so far. You can, of course, see the moon in the eastern sky. Just rising there. Tomorrow night we are going to do another Perseid stream, I believe. I do have to confirm that, but we'll try and do another one tomorrow, and the moon will rise a half hour later tomorrow, and that'll continue throughout the week, and that means we'll have more opportunity to see Perseids, because you don't really want that moonlight there. It gets in your way. But unfortunately, in our area, it's looking like midweek when the peak occurs for the Perseids. It's going to be cloudy and stormy, so we probably won't stream then. But if we have clear skies afterwards, we certainly will. Yeah, we're excited about the ISS one. We were hoping that it would line up well with with Douglas Hurley, who just recently returned back to Earth from the ISS for the SpaceX Crew Dragon mission, Demo 2 mission. But because they weren't exactly sure when they'd bring him back, what opportunity they'd use. And then recently they decided August 2nd, and that's when they came back home. The significance of that is, of course, Douglas Hurley is a local astronaut to Kopernik. He grew up in the Owego area, which is just about a half hour from us. So he's participated in a number of programs at Kopernik. I think he has even signed our Astronaut Hall of Fame, which we have right inside our Science Center. But that didn't match up unfortunately, with our scheduled time to communicate with the astronauts. But I mean, that's not to say the other astronauts are awesome to talk to either. It's just sort of, so it would have been cool to talk to a local astronaut. But we're excited for that program for sure. I think we actually do have one of our previous contacts on our YouTube channel. If you wanted to check that out, you can. I can't remember how long ago it was. It was a while ago that we posted that video that's on there now. But you're welcome to go check that out. That was a successful contact that was in person, of course. But hello, yeah, happy to be streaming here tonight. Like I said, we do have the moon getting in our way, but it's still decent skies right now, despite the moon glare. And I think we still have a chance to see some of the brighter stuff coming our way. So I'll probably keep streaming for a bit. Yet we'll see what comes out. We saw a few good ones already. Some dimmer ones as well. And we're sort of collectively watching for them, because I'm sort of bouncing around different screens, so I'm not constantly looking at the feed. But I think as a collective group, we can report any results that we find. And let me go ahead and post my instructions for this stream. Been posting them every so often. So we will eventually, any pictures that we get from this stream we will post on social media. But because this is such a lengthy stream, I need help determining when the meteor occurred. Yeah, if you can just include a timestamp, so when you saw it, the clock time when you saw it, how bright it was, and the location in the sky. And you can either use the compass directions or any landmarks you see, like our observatory domes, or the tower, or our science center building off to the western sky there. That's been working pretty well, especially for the good bright ones. And there are social media links down below if you want to see the results. You can find us there. We'll post them there tomorrow. And you can see the Milky Way right in the center of the image. It stretches back from the tower at the bottom. It actually lines up very nicely with that tower right now. From the tower all the way to the top of the screen, you can see the Milky Way. We did have it a little brighter earlier, but in part because of the moon, and in part because I had to lower the exposure level on the camera. It's a little bit dimmer, but you can always backtrack in the stream if you want to see how it looked before. "30 seconds ago in the middle." Okay, let me mark that. I'm just taking notes here as people mention what they've seen. One thing I'll also mention for anyone new watching, because I think we have gotten a few new people, the best in our field of view, we are recording, or rather, every time it switches to a new frame, it's been 2 seconds. So it's taking 2-second exposures, so it can capture as many meteors as it can in one image, and then it cycles again. 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. So you want to look out for objects that disappear in between those frame updates. And it's a little bit hard to tell when when we get a new frame, but it's easier when you actually see something on the screen. So if a satellite is passing, a satellite will look very much like a meteor. However, it's going to continue on through our field of view. And if it does that, if it continues on frame by frame by frame, we don't want to see that. So you want to see meteors that, or rather objects like those satellites, like those streaks of light in your image, but they disappear after 1 or 2 frames. You don't want to see it continue across the sky. You also don't want to see blinking lights, like a streak that blinks, 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 blinks down the line. That is an airplane. So look for those quick streaks, and that is a meteor. It's also a good rule of thumb for looking in the sky. Of course, you know what a plane looks like. You'll see the plane blink, blink, blink across the sky. A satellite instead of a streak, to your eye, it'll look like a moving star. No blinking lights, just a moving star. And then a meteor is going to be this quick streak across the sky. Or a lengthy streak that flares up and diminishes quickly. And if anyone has any questions about the shower or anything, I'm happy to answer them. Yeah, I'm not sure if I knew that was the figure, Blue. I don't think I had that number in my head. But that's significantly fast. That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's speedy. Oops, I'm sorry. I gotta remember not to try scrolling here. There we go. It's too bad. I'm pretty sure my 360 camera did cut out on me out there. I wonder if it was a storage issue or if it was a power issue. I don't think it was a power issue because I had it hooked up to an external battery. So I'll have to check on that. It definitely got the 2 big ones we had, I'm pretty sure. And if not, I would be sad. I'm not sure if I've heard the speed at all, because neither of those numbers, I just don't know that. It's just not a figure I had in my head. But either way, whew, boy, is that fast. So we would love to stream for the whole week, especially during the peak. But of course, it is significantly dependent on weather. And right now, midweek for us in the New York area is not looking great. Um, it looks like we have a storm system coming through. So if somehow it does clear up at night, oh, we will definitely stream during the peak. Um, but otherwise, uh, we will stream probably tomorrow night because we're expecting clear skies again tomorrow. And then anytime it does clear up for us, we will stream as well. Right now, our hope is that it clears up at the end of the week after peak. Just because it seems like the chances of it clearing up during peak is not great. But it turns out viewing the shower after the peak is potentially better because the moon will be closer to new moon at that point. And because of that, the skies will be much darker. And despite it being post-peak, that does not mean at all that you won't see any meteors. You will see just as many, basically, as we are right now, or even better. So, yeah, that's the plan for the week for us. Of course, we would love to just keep this a consistent, like, nightly stream, but we'll have to see if how that pans out. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh. I feel like I heard something over there. See? I told you. Shouldn't have said anything. Where'd my flashlight go? Could be my garbage bag. That's wrapped around the. I have it wrapped around this light above me, so we don't get as much glare from it. Because for some reason there isn't a switch to turn that light off. It just, at least not that I know of. Go see if I can find my flashlight. Oh. Thought I left it by my camera, but it's actually by my other side. By now I've spooked probably whatever was out there, if anything. No eyes. Usually it's deer that show up at night. If anything, they like to hang out by our pond. Oh, there's gotta be one more. It's gotta have one more good bright one. The sky has to have one more bright one tonight. I believe in it. It's just fascinating to think there's all these little bits, pebbles and dust particles all from Comet Swift-Tuttle there. We're just waiting for one to hit the atmosphere and put on a light show for us. Oh, foxes. I've seen a fox in our neighborhood recently, and actually, yeah, I went out. I went out one night. When was it? Oh, you know what? It was at the very start of NeoWise. Um, and I went out just to see. This is my first attempt. It was early morning. Went to go see if I could spot it in the eastern sky. It would have been at that point. I think I went out at like maybe 4 a.m., 3:30. That was not the time to go out. And I just see this reminded me of another. It wasn't a significant animal encounter, and I wasn't really full on observing at this point, so I don't know if I really include it. But I saw the fox. The fox just sort of shifted across the street and went into my neighbor's yard. Didn't really pay much attention to me. Pretty chill. But of course, I was distracted by this fox, and I hear something down the street behind me, and I think, well, you might have been here for the skunk discussion, and it was one of these skunks hobbling down the street. It looked like it was, running after me, but again, skunks are weird the way they move. They look very dysfunctional might be the wrong word, but that's what it seems like. They just don't seem like they just sort of hobble and hop, and their tails, or maybe it's just something to do with their tails being so fluffy. But yeah, it was running down the street towards me, so I'm like, oh, okay, we'll go back inside now and stop looking for the comet. Yeah, let's see. The worm, yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. They, I totally agree with that analogy. The thing is, they seem fairly curious, uh, which is not a great mix, like for something. Like, it's great that you're curious fellow, but also uh, you stink. It's not a great combination. Poked it with a stick. Oh no. Oh really? Wow, that's all it took, huh? Well, I guess it makes sense. Whew, that's rough. Yeah, we've had a family of skunks in our neighborhood lately. I haven't seen one recently. Ah, gotcha. They were young ones, and it was definitely, they just recently, I don't know why they moved into our neighborhood, but because again, like, it's a very suburban place, but um, yeah, they're they're funny things, those skunks. The moon is not doing. I mean, it's not as. I think it's just past half moon. Past its third quarter. Well, there. I think. Hard to say if that was one up there. It was a quick one. Problem is with this 2-second view, the frames switch so fast. So we'll probably only ever pick up the or notice the brighter ones. Cause we're not we're not. It's a weird balance you have to strike, and it really is dependent on the rate that the rate of meteors. Like if you are getting a ton in one single moment, then it makes sense to do faster shutter speeds. But oh, that was one. There was one. Yep, it was definitely a Perseid because it was right towards the center, just above Cassiopeia. It was definitely directed back to Perseus. And for those that are just coming in, Perseus is at. If you see the tower at the very bottom of the image. Whoa, whoa! There's one. Got it. Cool. There's a way better one. Did you guys see that? Backtrack. Go back 10 seconds if you didn't. 128. That was a good bright one. Definitely Perseid. Not like not a super bright one, but I'll take it. I'll take it. It was bright enough, and see, this is the thing with meteor showers: is once you say just one more, and it's just like what you were saying, but just one more, and then we're gonna wrap it up. No, it can never be just one more. There it is. Cool. And I'm sorry, I get very excited, and maybe you are all just getting just as excited, and I just can't hear you. such a like it's just cool. It's just like natural fireworks, and you don't know when they're gonna happen, so it's very exciting. I just want to keep going. I don't have to be anywhere tomorrow necessarily, except for back here, but that's fine. The sky's behaving. I mean, why not just keep going? It is mesmerizing. I agree with that sentiment. It's sort of fun because you know, if you're just watching the stream constantly, and like you do start to notice the sky changing. Like we just saw the moon rise over the course of a few minutes above our tree line. And if the natural sounds are coming through, like the crickets and the frogs and stuff, you know, it's a little bit nice ambient sounds. So yeah, we'll keep going. Hmm. Have I ever seen any UFOs? Um, no, not that I can say. Nothing up here, nothing down where I live. I can't even think of anything weird. Like the weirdest thing I might have seen in the sky is an iridium flare. Um, I don't even know if it was an iridium flare. It might have just been a, I don't know. I'm trying to think back to what it was. I mean, I guess it, you know, because I don't know exactly what it was unidentified. No one else there was there to confirm it for me, so unidentified something in the sky. And it's hard to think back as to what exactly it looked like. Like it could have been a tumbling satellite, it could have been an iridium flare. Oh, just above the tower, you say. Let's see. I didn't catch that one. Oh, I think you're right. I think I saw it. Was it a dimmer one? I think because I saw something, a dimmer streak. Okay, yeah, I think that's the one. That's the one I saw. Have I noticed the sun and moon rising and setting in a different spot? Guess I'm not 100% sure, 100% certain about the question there. Different spot. Like, of course, and I know you said not seasonal, uh, but that's the only thing like based on the question there. That's the only thing I can think of. That'd be changing, uh, because the sun will shift its rising point and setting points throughout the year. Um, but it'll all be roughly, east to west. It'll just depend on how low or high it is in the sky. Will change the apparent setting point and rising point. And same that goes for the moon too. Let's see here. I guess the question there would be like in what way has it moved? Anything? Can only see half. I mean, on a larger time scale, of course, things do change. But on our shorter time scale, that kind of apparent motion, like the stellar motion, is effectively the same on our human lifespan, and very predictable as the year goes on. That's why we can make things like starfinders, for instance, uh, like starfinder, or star map, or star chart. We can make it just, we don't have to change the year, the date, anything like that. You can just build it for our current time in human history, and nothing will have changed significantly on the star chart. That's my understanding of things. Like my observation of the sky has always led to predictable positions of these objects. Uh, I mean the time, of course, is important. The time of night, the time of the specific date is important, and that will shift how high or low objects are in the sky. Um, Horizons change. That's another thing to factor in, I suppose. But uh, the sun is reliably east to west, of course, throughout the day. That shouldn't change at all. But the Orion is really any of these constellations really shouldn't change throughout the year. Again, over a larger time span, when you have to deal with the Earth's precession, things do start to shift. Like the North Star will start to shift. Eventually, we won't have a North Star because of the Earth's precession. But that's on like thousands and thousands of years time scale, and even more so on a million-year time scale. Yeah, beyond that, I'm not sure exactly what to rather like how to explain that particular phenomena. There's obviously variables that play, but beyond the stellar celestial sphere, there's also Earth-based, uh, like our horizon, of course. That's the biggest thing that can change through a longer, like a more human time span. But the constellations are pretty predictable. And well, actually, everything in the sky, for that matter, is extremely. Yeah, we could predict it. Uh, I guess can I ask where roughly you're located? Okay. Alberta, as in you mean as in Canada? Okay. All right. Let's see what I can do here. Because of course I am set up for my understanding of the sky, um, in New York here. But let's see what happens when we go further north. Gotta change my location. Let's see. Where are we looking here? And we're looking at 49 degrees north. Well, 11. There we go. Okay, I'm set up now. Let's see if I alter this guy here. Back it up. Those coyotes sound closer than before. Go back to when Orion was around. A bit further. This is south. Okay. Now if we click through, whoops. Oh, it won't let you do the years independently? That's weird. Maybe I should try this through Stellarium instead. I just hope it doesn't. I don't think it will. It shouldn't shut down my stream. Let's see. Set up location. There we go. Okay, let's see what we got here. We're gonna go change our date. Go back to where we were. November. There's Orion. Yeah, so as far as I can see from where you are, um, there's no shifting. Wait, let me go to back to 2020. Yeah, so like I suspected, like if I go to year 0 on the 1,000-year time scale, you will notice significant shifting of these objects. But if I just go back to 2000, so we're starting here on November 10th of 2000. Let's back it up 1 hour to 11 p.m. And then we go to November 10th of 2020. For my simulation here, they ends up in the same spot in the sky. So again, like the variance though does come with timing, of course, because like perhaps I mean you already have an understanding of that, but you know, of course, rising and setting objects that will depend on how much of them you will see at any given time. But if you just set your clock to like 11, again, we'll go back this way. Set to 11. There we go. November 10th at 11 p.m. 2000. It's just rising in the eastern sky, and then November 10th, 2020. It's again just rising in the eastern sky. So it could just be time distinctions, really. But the celestial sphere is a very predictable phenomena. I'm sorry if that doesn't help you answer your specific question more, but that at least for me is just my understanding of it. Sure. All right. Let's see if we're having any luck with meteors. Do. I'd love one more. And then one more after that, and one more after that. And then 5 more after that. Yep, always one more. It's pretty funny. Last we mentioned that tower and the Milky Way lining up right with it. You have since noticed that the Milky Way is at an angle to the tower at this point. Before it was right lined up. Now we've shifted as everything arises, as the moon rises and the sky shifts. Well, there might have been one just above the dome. The rightmost dome. Certainly would have made sense for that to be one, but... Oh, you know what? It seems to come in and out, but there's a distinct glare, a linear glare that comes from the moon that actually lines right up with Perseus, which is not ideal. And it comes in and out. I'm not sure if it's showing up well over the stream or not, but something to be aware of, I suppose, as we look out for these. That one tricked me. It literally lines right up with Perseus. It's funny too, I can see the moon shadow creeping slowly towards me. I'm still in the shadow of the observatory right now. But every so often I look up, it's that much closer. Let's see here. Bring that message back in case anyone new joins. They know what to do. Yeah, our viewership for this one has bumped up quite a bit since I last checked. We've had quite a few new unique viewers tuning in, so that's cool. I see the viewer number fluctuate as the stream goes on. It's hard to tell like whether it's people leaving and then coming back or what, but I am just outside the observatory. This behind me here. Let me see. I'll bring up Streamlabs so I can see what I'm pointing at. If you can see my hand, maybe. Oh, yep. I'm trying to get my finger in the picture. Yeah. So yeah, this behind me is the the entrance into the side door entrance into the observatory, and then right through there is the ham radio station, and then just around the corner is our 20-inch dome, and then the other direction we have our 6-inch and our 14-inch telescopes in those domes. So I'm just outside, both so I could get the camera further out, and just I'm staying close to the observatory so I can stay connected. Oh, it's funny. I remember being up here earlier in the evening and seeing Jupiter and Saturn on the other side of the sky. Not the case anymore. They are now setting. Moon is just rising, and is it to the right? Yeah, to the right of the moon is Mars. And Mars is gonna approach opposition in October. That's why all the robots launched. Oh, I did it again. There we go. All the Mars missions, like the Perseverance rover. But it's getting brighter and brighter. I was actually surprised how bright it was when it rose up in the sky. It's basically the same brightness as Jupiter. In fact, I'm going to look around the corner there because I haven't looked at it yet. It's just to get a more direct, naked eye comparison. Yeah, it's a bit dimmer, but not by much. It's funny though. It's funny how it doesn't look red at all right now. Which I mean, towards the horizon, it certainly would, but to my eye, it just looks like a bright white point of light. Tonight actually isn't too bad seeing wise. I'd be curious to see what they looked like in the scope, but I'm not really eager to get that set up right now. This week is about Perseids, and there'll be more time to image Mars. I took one image though, and it looked pretty good. A couple weeks ago. Got to image the is it Perseid Meteor? It doesn't sound right. It's the big volcanic region on Mars. I'm getting the name wrong, I think, but the very dark patch, and the southern ice cap as well. Those showed up pretty nicely, and as we approach further, they'll look better and better. Yeah, I'm excited for the landing too. Really nice, smooth launch. But I think the landing will be just as stressful for everyone tuning in as Curiosity, just because, again, it's just fascinating that that landing system works the way it does. NASA engineers are fantastic. But it's like they called it 7 minutes of terror. I'm not sure if that's been I first heard it for Curiosity, but I've never looked into if that's what they called the landing process for the other rover missions like Spirit and Opportunity. But I remember Curiosity's landing. That was very exciting. It might have been a dim one coming right out of Perseus there. It didn't look like it wasn't angled with the glare of the moon. It was more angled directly with the constellation. Completely agree with you there, Baloo. I hope it is something we get to see. I always remember, growing up, I remember hearing 2030, 2030, 2030. And I can't believe it's already 2020. And 10 years, I don't know. I mean, it's possible, especially with SpaceX also contributing a significant amount of interest and R&D into getting humans to Mars. 2030 definitely sounds plausible. But we'll have to see. Oh, there was another one. Very dim one. Towards the, let's see, southwestern slightly. Nothing too crazy, but nice to see. Man, I imagine if the moon wasn't there. Geez, it would be great. Oh, come on. We got one more bright one. One more bright one in us. Looks like once again we got some new viewers into the stream. Welcome. Here at Kopernik in New York, we are at 2:15 a.m. local time. And we are just waiting for any meteors to come our way. We've seen a few bright ones tonight. And several dimmer ones as well. The moon is, of course, obstructing some of our view, especially of the dimmer ones, but the brighter ones will make it through. Yes, exactly. We are overdue. It's gotta be one soon. Bright one. Get a nice fireball. Oh. It's funny, it's like almost worth it just to keep looking at the camera view, rather than even bother with the sky. Because to my eye it's mostly blown out. So dim ones are more likely to show up on the camera than in my eye. Oh, hi, Sean. Welcome. Yeah. So, with these meteors, of course, we have to deal with the moon. That's the biggest issue with them. And usually peak time is right around 2 to 3 a.m. So really right now is peak time to view the meteors. And the peak day and time will be from the 11th to the 12th. I heard a noise. Not sure if that was a human or if that was a creature. I didn't hear it well enough. I think it was a human. I've had people up here. Sorry. Oh, I got distracted there. But yeah, from the 11th to the 12th, that's the peak night of the 11th into the morning of the 12th is the peak day, and 2 to 3 a.m. is the peak time. But again, we have to deal with the moon, like we're seeing here in our image. So really, it's any time where you have a nice, dark, clear sky is your best time to see any of these Perseids. You want to look to the northern sky. Northeastern, sorry, excuse me, where Perseus is. In our image, Perseus is actually right lined up with that tower in the very center of our view at the bottom. That's where Perseus is, and that's where the meteors will appear to radiate from. And that doesn't mean they'll only appear in that region of the sky, though. They'll technically appear anywhere. It's just you'll always be able to draw back to Perseus, where that meteor was. So really, any clear, dark patch of sky is fair game for seeing them with just your eye, naked eye view. This camera will show us them anywhere, of course, because this is a 180-degree field. But it's a different game when you're viewing with your eye, because you want to improve your chances as best you can. And really, yeah, it's just playing the waiting game and waiting to see what comes your way. It can be fun, though. As soon as you start seeing them, you'll never want to stop. I think Southeast Washington State, you're probably, I think that's roughly the same latitude as us. So yeah, nothing will really have changed. It's just the time difference. Washington State would be 3 hours, so you're like at 11 o'clock, right? Yeah. But great to have someone from across the U.S. That's pretty cool. I really appreciate that the light pollution in our area has in the north has died down significantly. I'll be curious to see if there's like a valley fog. Um, Keith, I think, said one of the Astro Society members said that. Excuse me, I have something in my eye. Uh, there was some haze down there in the valley, so that if it turned into fog, might be uh, why that light is being blocked. Ah, gotcha, Sean. Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly. The only real way to determine if it was, just random one. Is that a bat? I'm hearing all these noises around me. I heard flapping. Um, so yeah, it's really the only way you can determine is if you can remember and sort of trace back and trace across the sky the projection of the meteor. And if it leads back to Perseus, then it was a Perseid. Otherwise, yeah, it was just a fluke. The owl's coming. Oh man. Oh jeez. I hope not. I forgot. Yeah, about the flapping you mentioned. It'd be funny if because we have an owl uh, statue on top of our. I think it's on top of our 6-inch dome. Actually, you can see it, can't you? Yeah. So in the foreground of the image, at the bottom, you can see. Oh, it is just the bag. Okay, it's just the bag that's moving and it's spooking me. um, you can see in the foreground of the image on the right is the 20-inch dome. On the left is this 14-inch dome. And if you look to the back, just to the left of the tower, that's our 6-inch dome. And you can see the owl statue on top of it. So that owl statue is, of course, to keep birds off our domes and things like that. But you actually can see it. It is sort of shaped like an owl. It's funny. It's picking that up. Well, people have them as pets. Oh wow, that's interesting. Hey there, John. Welcome to the stream. We've seen a couple of good ones tonight. Now we're just playing the waiting game. Of course, the moon has risen above the horizon there. So it is interfering with our ability to see part of the sky and some of the dimmer ones. And when I'm looking up in the sky myself with my eye, I can't see the Milky Way anymore. But you can still kind of see it in the image. Oh, I saw a meteor. Is that a Perseid? That might have been a Perseid. I'm not sure if that showed up on the screen. I saw it with my eye. Very quick, bright one. But we're looking for at least one more bright guy to show up in the field of view here. Almost 2:30. It's amazing how much heat my laptop is producing. It's actually like if I left it on my leg, it would actually burn me. Which is not a great sign. But if I leave it on my short side, that's not bad. It is keeping me warm, but I don't want to burn myself. Yeah, we're happy to. I think it's sort of a collective thing, with the observing Perseids or doing all sky views like this is just to provide the opportunity to those who do have cloudy skies, maybe the opportunity to see a few Perseids, some of the brighter ones, and yeah, that's our hope with this. Now, of course, I'm a little bit worried about peak viewing here at Kopernik because that's when we're expecting cloudy and stormy skies. So we might not be able to offer this during the peak time, but maybe we'll be clear where you are, and you'll have some good sights of the meteor shower. We are going to probably stream again tomorrow night because it's looking like it'll be clear. And we'll try and keep streaming as long as as there's clear skies out. Even afterwards, after peak in midweek, towards the later in the weekend, if it clears up, we'll do some more streams for this. Eventually, we want to get a permanent all-sky camera. This is sort of I have our all-sky camera out on a tripod here, and we're just using a ZWO planetary cam for this monochrome cam. But eventually, we want to build a permanent fixture on top of our roof and stream it consistently, which will be cool to have. Of course, the caveat there is, you don't have someone necessarily supervising it at all times or providing commentary, but you could always add it in. you schedule that kind of program in at certain points during the year. But I don't mind doing this right now. This is nice. I think it definitely serves. Oh, there's one. You see it? Back up 5 seconds if you didn't. It's in the leftmost of the image, just above the building. Back up the live feed a few seconds if you want to see it. Western sky, northwestern sky. See if I can snag that. That was at 2:31. Not a super bright one, but medium. Again, not bad. Maybe I should put a clock on the stream next time. I think that might make some sense. Definitely Perseid there. Let's see if I can get the picture of it. There it is. Cool. Something crawling on my leg. Is it a spider? Trying to escape this woe. Yeah, to get just below the building. Oh, sorry to hear that, Sean. Again, try again in the next over the next few days. And maybe you'll have some better luck. Sometimes it just, like yesterday we had we had some clouds flying over and things like that. It just wasn't working out for us. But tonight we've had better luck, for sure. And as I said, that was one more, but we also have the one after that and after that and after that that we're waiting for here. I guess my camera still is taking pictures out there. Not the 360 one, but the other one. I see the screen flash every so often. Might go check on that quick. Let me know if anything shows up. Another bug. Leg. Oops. Okay. That's kind of nice. The laptop heated up this seat here. And I am kind of surprised. I just realized, I mean, because Perseus is up, the Pleiades is up, I think. Is that right? I remember correctly, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, because Taurus the bull's up. Yep, yep. So Pleiades, Seven Sisters is up. Just kind of crazy. It's in the moon. Actually, I think we can see it. I think that might be it in the 20-inch dome to the right, just above. I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh yeah, we had the the same thought, same time. Yep. Uh, yeah, that is it. I'm fairly certain because that's where I saw it when I was out in the little further out there in my camera. Oh my, yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. Yep, there goes Jupiter. Yeah, out near the camera there, it's just hitting the tree line. I still have like maybe 5 minutes, but I think we'll lose it in the camera field of view pretty soon here. Oh, that's when you know it's been a long night here. I think I got here just before 9. It's honestly not that bad. About to hit 6 hours. It's pretty good. Actually, now that I think about it, this might be our longest stream. Although I guess we did break it up because we lost connection there early on, but oh yeah, Milky Way too. I think I will have to set myself a cutoff point for tonight, just so I can make sure I get some sleep. This this evening. It's not the right word. This morning. Uh, but yeah, we'll definitely be back tomorrow. I'll set my cutoff point for 3 a.m. I think though. And I know, of course, that all the meteors will come out as soon as I stop. But that's how the sky works. Yeah, that's the thing. They're always. At a certain point, you just gotta say, okay. It's kind of funny. This was my the Perseid meteors were the first time I really came up to Kopernik, uh, and that was 10 years ago, maybe. The first time I visited here that I can remember. I think there might have been a time before that where I came up with my sister's Girl Scout troop, but uh, that one I don't. I was much younger then. This was probably in 8th or 9th grade, and I came up here to see the Perseids, and that's when I learned about the intern program and all of this stuff that I could do up at Kopernik, and so I jumped into it, and here I am. And I remember that night. I mean, that's really what kicked off my love for this place and just my love for the sky. Is just that wonderful game of looking at as much of the sky as you can and spotting meteors, and it's a great night. Very fond memory, I would say. That's what I love about working here, and also just being an amateur astronomer in general, is having the opportunity to bring people on board and really pay attention to the sky. There's so much perspective we can gain from it. There's so much understanding we can gain from it in science in general. That's our whole mission here, is to share that experience with everyone, or as many people as we can, I guess. Yeah, I think the tool of a telescope is one of the biggest things that you can share as an amateur astronomer, just because a lot of people don't have access to or even, well, they don't have access sometimes to a telescope in general. Oh, yep, there goes Jupiter. Um, so it's one of those things that it's crucial to share and like opens up a whole new view, both in your head and in just to the sky, the actual physical view. Yeah, it's a great hobby. Okay, we have 8 minutes. Clock just turned. We have 8 minutes to see something. Those frogs are making a lot of noise in our pond. Lots of splashing around. Unless something's trying to get them. I guess that could be. Oh yeah, I bet. They certainly haven't stopped their activity. They've been noisy for a better portion of the night, but maybe yeah. I think the pond is finally out of shadow. They might be more active now. It really is. I don't think it dropped down in temperature as much as it did last night either. I'm more comfortable tonight. It's beautiful. Oh yeah, I've only heard about those from some of the staff here at Copernic. I can't remember if they said they saw one or if they were just telling me about them. Yeah, I think that'd be extraordinary. Just to see the whole sky lit up. Wow, that'd be brilliant. I'll give it to 301. And then 302. No, I will have to end it. But I'm gonna give it till 301. You never know. All right. Well, I gotta end it at some point, I suppose. I wish I could keep the all sky going, but I do have to bring it back inside. We don't have it as a permanent setup. But uh, thanks for joining me. I see we still have a few people here. I know Blue's here. Um, and we're gonna do another stream tomorrow night. I'm fairly certain, so be on the lookout for that schedule. We'll schedule that stream. You'll see it ahead of time on our channel. And otherwise, yeah, I'm glad we got some good meteors tonight. Hopefully, have just as good as luck tomorrow, maybe even a bit more. So, wish everyone a good night, and we'll see you next time. Oh, and thank you, Blue. I appreciate that. It's good to hear. Okay, we'll see you next time.